Good evening. It's a boy named Sue coming at you live straight from Big Potato. Back with a little chill Sunday stream. We're gonna be working on Disco Elysium again today. Making some more little baby steps in it. Last time we were trying to get through to talk to the union leader, and we weren't able to get past his big meathead bodyguard. So we have to walk around and ponder his racist ramblings for a while, and then we'll be able to go talk to the union leader, I guess, maybe. So, we'll end up probably just, exploring the town a little bit more. Seeing what else we can get into while we ponder. Police work is tough. Take breaks, talk to strangers, explore. Yeah, I wasn't doing half of the things that I was supposed to be doing. So.
The worn and beaten wooden planks of the bench do not look overly comforting.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass the time when Lieutenant Kitsuragi is gone.
Some great tectonic forces cracked the paper like a big shell. Maybe a sea monster did this to the plaza. Damage looks like it could have been caused by an earthquake. Ancient fountain doesn't pump water anymore. There's a tree in it. No, I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to talk to Kim. Tire tracks leading onto the roof. The slush and rain has almost washed them off. Down here. Plastic wrap macaroni stamped with humanitarian aid. This is humanitarian aid tuna fish, not for resale. I let
You
the
see
good
two
student
lowly,
talk.
defeated speakers, thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers, ultra series.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
Inspect the
These once
speakers.
respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, "Solidarity aid from the People's Republic of Samara." The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
Poor little speakers.
No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them. Check out these super cool, fun ultras instead.
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest fallen sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool. Only 50 real.
Only? That's madness.
Mm-hmm. Can I just buy the sad conquered Samaran
No
speakers?
way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
That's why I want them. I think I might be lo-fi socialist chunk
No,
myself.
officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
You don't know what I am. I don't even know it myself. I want the speakers.
If you want them... But see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Alright, bye. I don't have that kind of cash.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Abort. These are hideous. What's more, they don't even fit your face. You can feel them pinching your nose and chafing against your brow.
Gotta hate
Damn,
that.
officer! You look like a mega secret spy. Very secret. They're practically made for you. I'll let you have them for 2 real and 50 cents.
They're perfect for concealing your bloodshot and baggy eyes.
How do you know that I have bloodshot
No,
baggy eyes?
you are definitely not buying those.
Don't tell me what to do, Kim. I like sunglasses.
No, I can't. We can't walk around with you looking like this. Okay, fine. Go ahead. If you want to look like a walking midlife crisis, then who am I to interfere?
Damn, Kim.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool, UV resistant. These
Yeah,
will
sorry.
definitely keep your eyes safe and
I sat on my
cool
cat.
while doing your dangerous police work.
Try again. Maybe you can find some interesting sunglasses in the box.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Kim, are firefights something we should be prepared
I
for?
hope not.
He says, looking up from
You
his
don't
browsing.
like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Helpline of the company that controls the drawbridge. Hot air rises up from the sewer, sour, acidic, and strangely comforting. What do we have here? Fingerless gloves. Wow. It'll be just like I'm going through my teenage scene phase. I was a teenager back in the 2000s, so. Give gives us +1 electrochemistry. Gasoline-stained fingerless gloves in navy blue. They've been worn threadbare, but being made of wool still provides some warmth and comfort. Yeah, no, the tank top makes him look like, it looks like Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force there. Looks like Carl's gonna be walking around busting perps. Water lock out of order until Wednesday, 7:15 a.m.
G'day to you, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
First things first, what are you doing here, man on the
My
water
friend
lock?
Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating this salami.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
The man on the water lock picks the skin off a slice of salami and takes a sizable bite. Do you know what caused this wreckage?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershell.
The words "daredevil driver" sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Do you know what's further down the
Well,
coast?
there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
You think's for a
Yeah,
moment?
not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to hit that button, but oh well. Can I have some of that
Sure
salami?
thing.
He cuts off a slice of salami.
It is salty, it is savory, it is chewy. The hangover only makes the salami more tasty.
Want some too, officer?
He turns to
Why
the
not?
lieutenant. The lieutenant ponders the offer for a moment and then decides to go for it. He takes a slice of salami from the man and chews on it. Right, bye. Just all eating salami down by the water. What do we have in here? Already been here, haven't I? Mostly military wear with a few more eccentric fashions thrown in. Bust of a woman, the plaque simply says DEI. In the dark, a film projector is whirring away. Excuse me. Some kind of machine. Maybe an antique cash register.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags, others yet in bright blue uniforms. All are stern and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something pretty and cool here, then use it to win her back.
Win her
Yes.
back?
Buy something nice, a figurine.
The knight's
Big
on
men
horseback.
on big horses, clad in lamella armor and carrying flintlocks, the kind that would mow down a line of enemy soldiers in the blink of an eye.
Frank
they?
Nigerian knights. I used to be very serious about these guys.
a long, long time ago. They're not all blue. These figurines also wear gold coats and caps, complemented by orange trousers. They are variously posed, wielding swords and rifles with bayonets.
Wait, this looks like, Renee. The old guy who was playing,
This is
Tom.
what the loyalists looked like, yes, at first. Then they wised up and got camouflage.
Are these royalist soldiers?
Which ones? Ah, those. Yes, they are. I find the paint job a bit gaudy, but children like the bright colours indiscriminately.
Inspect the figurines and rags.
This set of soldiers isn't meant to look impressive. A few have rifles, but most of them carry pistols. Some even shovels and tall sticks.
Point figurine rags. Are these even soldiers?
You're probably talking about the revolutionaries, yes? Yes, they are soldiers, revolutionary soldiers. I think their poverty has been exaggerated for effect. When you place them next to the royalists, it doesn't seem like they could possibly win.
It's meant to give people hope. Even we can do it.
Maybe.
Dig up a truly cool figurine in the box under the table.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say foul.
What is
Oh,
this?
that's the Headless Phone Rider.
Ooh.
The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head.
He points to the decapitated figure.
50 cents. Bargain price. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
Alright, well, we're definitely
Did
going
I
for that.
mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
Okay. Take it easy, bird's nest Roy.
Hey, psst.
Ooh,
Yes,
me?
you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism again.
How come there's word on
You
the
keep
street?
saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
I've said some mildly left-wing things, but
Oh
none
yes,
of those.
the mask of ambivalence. Don't deny it. You're about to rip it off and reveal the monstrous seven-eyed lamb of global communism that would devour and masticate mankind. Everyone can see that. So tell me, do you have any questions before we fire up the big communism builder? Or do we get right down to it?
Wait, first, what's this communism
Failure.
about?
It's about failure. Yes.
Failure.
Abject failure. Total, irreversible defeat on all fronts. Absolutely vanquished, beaten, curb-stomped and pissed on. Until you came along. You will reverse the fortune of the workers of the world. You alone, against every living thing, against every human alive. 800 trillion real in the hands of an impossibly well-organized ruling class. Towering city blocks of bankmen who have the ears of prime ministers. Million-headed armies of nations and the love of your own mother. You against the atom, the charm and the spin. Where the whole world failed. Matter failed to bend to human will. Human will failed to get out of bed and tie its laces. You alone, single-handedly, will rebuild the dreams of the working class. You are the last communist. Now get to work, comrade.
It's too tiring. I don't have it in me. I'm beat down and broke.
Very well. I guess no one will build communism then. Tell the working man it's over, unless anyone has objections. Did someone mention cocaine? Are we doing cocaine? No. I'm sure I heard someone say cocainism. Anyone? Anyone else? There's no one? There's no one. Okay then, lie down and let the water carry you downstream.
By communism.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print stands out from the other garb. Oh yeah, the print
Yeah?
depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning.
Sniff the
Smells like
t-shirt.
worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Sniffing is okay. But please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
It's a rad man from Hjelmdal shirt that you got
Hell
there.
yeah, man. I don't usually carry printed tees, but this one was just pure exemplar.
You must be a serious man from Hjelmdal fan.
A fan? No, I wouldn't go that far. But I do think the Hjelmdalaman saga is an integral part of our shared reality. Most people don't think that the man from Hjelmdal really existed, but they're wrong.
What do you mean that the man from Hjelmdal was real?
I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect. Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
How much you selling the
2
shirt
real.
That's dirt cheap.
for? Couldn't you just give it to me for free then?
But why?
Because I'm a broke cop without a cent
I
to my name.
sympathize, I do. But this is a for-profit enterprise.
Alright, well, maybe when I get some more money.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Is that a street light?
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
Where'd you get
It was brought to me to be altered.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property.
He leans in so the palm
You have to
doesn't
admit
hear.
it's rather clever what he's done with it.
He pauses, studying the light. How much?
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Even taking into account the risk of obtaining the light, that seems a bit
There's
steep.
also the matter of rewiring. But the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well-loved and well-traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Stand on your tippy toes to see
One
more.
especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite. Just make sure it works before you buy it.
Shopkeep, this Stereo 8 approved
Is
machine.
the Harman Welsh W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real.
What I really want to know is, could this device come in handy in my police
If
work?
police work means playing tapes, sure. You can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Well, I definitely want to save up for this. Are you sure this is all in working order?
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Okay.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop.
Yeah, the counter turns to you.
What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Sorry, I feel like I'm
Oh
interrupting.
no, not at all. I guess I haven't had many customers lately. RCM or otherwise.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake. People who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
I think some of your selections are more tasteful than
It keeps
others.
me entertained.
He responds unimpressed with the
Entertained?
summary.
He might be high. If he is, on what?
Is Roy high, and if yes, then what is he on?
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street.
Parolidon?
A
What's
drug
that?
developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
So where does a man get
How would
Parolidon
I
these
know?
days?
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Interesting. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
Say, what's with the triangles on your
I
vest?
was with the Emergency Relief Brigade. You know, after the People's Pile disaster.
He coughs as if to mark his
Had to
words.
take Parolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taken it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
People's Pile, what's
A
that?
bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you, too.
Tell me more about this emergency relief brigade you were
We
a part
were
of.
an all-volunteer force. Self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill.
On the patch, gamma radiation lines crossed with a red drop of blood.
I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick.
He looks at the spiraling light and stops. Must have been tough. Radioactive.
There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could.
Whose fault was it that the generator
No
failed?
one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
How did you end up running a pawn
The
shop?
cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but
Thanks for
I
telling me.
like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Care to share your Perolidon
Have
with
you
me?
tried it before?
The lieutenant steps away, pretending to admire some of the knickknacks on display. Looks like he doesn't want to get involved. Go ahead then, he thinks. As long as you can walk straight, I don't care.
I think I've tried it once
Here
and
you
liked
go,
it.
man.
Presents the large cap-shaped object on the palm of his hand.
Yes,
Got it.
darling. That's the coalition government ordained Perolidon. Straight into your gut.
Thanks,
Of
man.
course.
Oh, I thought that I was actually gonna take it. Okay, well. Is there something that I'd like to sell? I don't think there is there? You might be able to aid our investigation.
I doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Know anything about the
I
recent
do
hanging?
my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
Ever had any dealings with Everett
He's
Clare?
been by the shop a couple of times.
Gives a lazy half shrug. Actually, that's all
The
I got.
pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
By the way, do you happen to have any guns? Like ones carried by cops?
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question. I promptly sold her the gun you pawned a couple days back.
The
Oh.
lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
I sold you my gun?
You were adamant about getting rid of it, officer. Said you were undeserving of a service weapon of the Revachol Citizens Militia. And I don't like keeping guns around the shop for long. Off the charts photon emissions. The unhealthy kind.
He's not telling you the whole story. It seems he's trying to spare you.
I feel like there's something you're not
You
telling me.
weren't quiet yourself, officer.
What was I
You
like?
were very distraught. You said the gun was a threat to your life and that you can't trust yourself with it tonight. And that you need the money. When I said that I don't normally buy firearms, you put the gun barrel in your mouth and sort of sucked on it. Then I agreed to take it.
Happens to the best of
It
us, I guess.
certainly does, especially in Revachol.
Was the buyer a policeman
She
too?
didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her. Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
There's only one explanation. She must be one of my
In
rabbit
that
fans.
case, she'll be happy to get a visit from us, if we can find her.
He looks around worried. Any idea where I can find this
My
buyer?
apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
At least now I know how I lost my sidearm. Let's talk about
Of
something
course.
else. Wanted to ask about my my missing gun again.
Sure thing.
Did I?
Sure, man.
That's what I get for like just trying to like read through all of the unhighlighted or the highlighted stuff. Alright. I have other business to take care of now.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. So cool. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit.
Actually, now that I hear superstar and law official in a sentence, they sound
What
weird
are you,
together.
deaf? They're perfect, like rock star politician and drug addict teacher. Embrace the superstardom you've worked so hard to establish.
Yeah, you've got the wrong impression. I'm no superstar, I'm
Yeah.
trash.
A cool, trash superstar. Big dick cop down on his luck. Salam Rocky by here. Badass on the edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights.
Wait, what about a ludicrous fantasy world?
You know. Beneath it is just heartbreak. A pulmonary tract infection. Atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer.
Fucking
With a
action.
sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
I have no idea what I just did. I'm kind of wishing that I would have followed through on the communist thing. What are you gonna do? I don't really understand how to... Don't have enough skill points available. Okay, Okay, so I need to like wait until I level up again and then unlock another spot so I can actually internalize this thought, or what? Oh, does that mean I'm not internalizing? Oh no. That means that I'm not internalizing the thought of the advanced race theory right now. Definitely want to put that one on there. I want to be able to make it past whatever Meathead's name was. Old bodyguard that's up there watching over the Union leader or whatever. Sewer grate, a gateway to the river of filth. I wonder who has my gun. Stop. Between those trucks down there. Smokes. Go get them. What trucks? Where are they at? There they are. Find some smokes and smoke them.
An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man. From the right shoulder
Just trying to
the
go into
solar
the
plexus.
inventory and smoke the
Each time
cigarettes, and now
the
I've
lines intersect, a small white star
wandered
is
into
born
something that I
in their
didn't
crossing.
realize was here.
Hundreds of fading asterisks riddle his skin. Their concentration is highest around his heart. It still kind of looks like a map of the stars in the night sky, but something's not right.
Who are
Gone.
you? What's the meaning of this
For
tattoo?
you to discover. You've gotten as far as you will without assistance.
These grad-made cigarettes are remarkable for their high tar content, favor of fishermen, police officers, and working men the world over. Oh, I see. And then, okay, cool. So now I click the stick.
There it is,
Use them.
a brave little army in your pocket. The first Smokes platoon. 20 brave souls standing in salute, ready to step into fire for you, sir.
Pull one out of the
You
pack.
picked the best one. This soldier is fat and succulent. What are you waiting for? Light up. Re-become yourself.
Oh yes, Bratan! Please light up! You need a trooper between your lips right now! Calm your shit down! Go to Pleasureland! Become a genius!
Get
Light
a
it up.
load of this rock and roll cop here, people. Johnny Thundercop fishes a cheap lighter out of his pants. With a flick of the thumb, there's fire. A primal satisfaction. Here we go. The lighter's dark green disposable plastic. Safety's off. In your case, the safety is always off.
Dip that bad boy in the flame and breathe out.
Thick, Warm smoke gets sucked down into your lungs. Immediately, you feel a warm nostalgia fill your head, body, and soul. A nostalgia for yourself, the man you were in your youth. Johnny Thundercop is back, and he's chill as balls.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's a cigarettes button. Cigarettes gives +1 to intellect skills. Logic, rhetoric, conceptualization, visual calculus, encyclopedia, and drama. This is good before a white check, but damages your health.
Okay. This game's hilarious. I've never played a game quite like it. But I've never really played a whole lot of games that have like dice rolls like this or anything like that. Or just text-based RPGs I've never really played. I was thinking to like even like a game that had like dice rolls for like combat and stuff was like Knights of the Old Republic back in the day. And honestly, when I first played that game when I was a kid, I did not understand any of that shit. I'm just seeing if I've missed anything down this way. I don't think that I have. Yeah. We haven't internalized that thought long enough to go talk to that idiot. I wanted to heal up because I wanted to go up to the rooftop here and see if we can do that roll to try to get our coat back again, I guess. $0.20 and what else? Magnesium. Nice.
Yes?
I didn't mean to talk to you. Make your way up there, buddy.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
Okay, well, I can't do anything with it now. I'll have to find another point to that. I don't know how to pronounce that skill either. Savoir-faire. I don't know. Savoir-faire. I'm just kind of looking through all of the things because I'm forgetting. I feel like I'm forgetting some of the things that we had on the list to do. So we have to ask fucking Kuno about the armor. There's a lot of things on my to-do list for one day.
Look, see? It's the fucking war pig! Try not to knock yourself out.
That's a hard F there, Kuno. Making me feel like I'm back in high school. Anyway, I've come to ask questions. I still have a case to solve. Sorry about the pause there. I was responding
You
to a
belittled
message.
yourself before the Kuno. Now you must seek his forgiveness.
Look, I want to make this right with Kuno. Make amends.
Fucking what pig?
Amends, Kuno. I was wrong to try to hit you. I am sorry.
Yes. How are we gonna make it up to Kuno, pig shit?
Let's rip some dark.
Put it away. The information here isn't worth it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's just fucking great. I'm just gonna smoke cigarettes.
Back off, fuck eyes! Kuno is a man. Kuno can smoke if he wants.
The lieutenant doesn't like this. It may be less destructive to your working relationship to just come back alone later.
We may need his help. Who knows
No,
what he knows?
what we need is to get back to work. He doesn't know anything.
This is work. How about it, Kuno? This can be
Okay,
yours.
Porkson. Tar keeps Kuno sharp. Helps Kuno think. Kuno likes that brain boost shit. We're cool now, but don't be pulling this shit on Kuno, or Kuno's gonna have to beat the shit
Did he
out of
take
you
my whole pack?
again.
Historical revisionism has taken place.
I want to discuss the body with you again,
The
Kuno.
fuck about it?
Where's the rest
Kuno
of his
doesn't
armor?
give a shit about the armor.
come?
Kuno's fucking's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Look at him.
Mutant?
Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away.
What do you mean you threw
Kuno
it away?
tried to get the helmet on. It was too big.
He performs a kickoff on the imaginary
Kuno
helmet.
kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno.
You threw it in the
Yeah.
sea.
That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
What do you mean,
Yeah,
troubadour?
cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows? So yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor. Go to the gate. Ask him yourself.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
There are all, contusions all over the body. Did you do
Fuck
that?
are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He grabs his head like it's
He
suddenly hurting.
says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
A contusion is a bruise. I'm talking about the marks your stones left on
Oh,
the
did
corpse.
Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing. This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
You hear the lieutenant hum.
More on this later.
You're testing Kuno's patience.
Get lost.
Jesus Christ. Kuno, I found your shack.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in?
A phase shifted through the roofing
Shit.
material.
Get the fuck out of here. You can't do that.
He can't do that, Kuno. He's trying to fuck at you again.
Pigs can't displace. Can't do that teleport shit.
He says to himself and turns
How did
to
you like it in there, pig old boy? Kuno's got a lot of cool shit there, right?
What was with the pig
Oh,
head?
that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape.
Demo tape? Like a musician?
Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno's a cop killer.
Oh yeah? Found a plate covered with powder residue. Know anything
That's where
about that?
Kuno gets his daily hit of electric. Kuno Shazam. Kuno rides the fucking lightning in there, pig.
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old, but you could have that sparkle in your eyes.
What's with the tube of magnesolum?
It's a
No?
vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything?
He looks at you like you just pointed at the sun and asked
Could
what it
use
was.
some.
It's magnesium,
Yeah,
right?
it's the mag. You fucking need that shit to stay on top of your game. Kuno goes through like a tube a day, rips mag like a motherfucker, and you could use a battle.
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's going to use it against you, Kuno.
I know all about magnesium. I rock it all the
You're
time.
not getting this, pig. It completely takes away the hangover. It's like you didn't do anything. Like you stayed home playing with your choo-choo.
He looks at you, eyes
Fuck
bulging.
you, pig. Don't do mag. You're going to OD and you're going to fucking die.
Is that my coat up there? Pretty sure
Is
it's
it?
mine.
You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that.
After all
Don't
what?
sweat it, drunk pig. Kuno will keep your nasty secrets. Kuno's not snitching.
He's saying you climbed up there. He probably saw you do it.
Did I get into the harbor from
Of
the
course
roof?
you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just gotta fly, pig.
I tried that. It didn't go so
Kuno
well.
knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself. It's okay, pig. Not everyone can face the fear Kuno style.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just jump.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom.
Alright, let's try it. Figure out what's going on with the kid.
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Interesting.
Kuno
How?
S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Kuno,
Fuck you whispering about?
he whispers back.
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch what happens.
Fuck you f***ing whispering about!
If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
What's up with her? She's terrifying, crazy scary.
Crazy? You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her, so she can't read his lips.
What do you mean she smoked someone?
Kuno means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
His little green eyes are fixed on yours.
Sorry, I was responding to a message again. Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Okay, how many cops has she killed?
Forget
then?
Kuno said that. Kuno was just shitting. Kuno was just running his mouth. Kuno's stupid like that.
He feels eyes on the back of
The
his head and
creature
stops.
peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes.
Think she has anything to do with the dead
Yeah,
man?
she would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
He speaks the truth, my liege.
You said she's insane?
She's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
What's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
What's with the language she uses? Napakimpi and Fagari.
Fuck knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit. Crazy people.
What
The
people?
fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be some kind of defense mechanism.
Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in. Like a mad dog or some shit.
Stray?
She was just there.
He points at the apartment building behind the
What was
fence.
that, Kuno?
The little one twists her neck, looking at the
She
building.
was in the hallway. Dripping wet. By the fucking shoe rack. In the dark.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You said she got in.
I
How?
don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under the pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
How How are you dealing with all of this?
How's Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
You need backup. I'm here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C. You fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to. He needs you to take him seriously now.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
I can respect that. The boy looks you in the eye, black pupils trying to focus.
Alright. Now we can do business.
Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
He starts no longer
Don't hook him
whispering.
up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. That's right. Kuno's a candy store for pigs now. Get ready to be rewarded.
He concludes, spreading his hands like a baker presenting a selection of freshly baked pastries. What was that about running you an errand and illegal narcotics,
Kuno
Kuno?
gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who's your dad,
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Revachol. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
Are you sure you can take on the most violent man in Revachol? In your condition?
How much material are we
Like
talking
half?
about? He says very confidently. Half of what?
A baggy, but like in this vial.
But that's not very much material
What
at all.
you talking about? Half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
I've made up my mind, Kuno, and this is what's going to
Okay.
happen.
Kuno's listening.
I'm going in there, all guns blazing, to get that speed, because I need
Alright,
it.
pig. You can plug him, but you can't stop him. It'll only buy you time. Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key, so you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side, bang on the door till the cleaning gimp lets you in. That's how Kuno does it. Then you go to room 12 and kick down the door, police violence style. That's what Kuno does. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
Oh.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Just the first option there. I'm gonna kill Kuno's dad. I'm a bad addict cop, and I'm going to get my fix.
Did you know I don't like bad addict cops? Almost no one in the RCM does.
Yeah,
I think that I have
the
more
kingdom
questions.
of Kuno. The fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck do you want with it? Good call, Pigmeister. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Nobody cares, Kuno. Bye-bye. So I think that I gave him all of my cigarettes, didn't I? Hopefully that was worth it, huh? So we have to level that up in order to try the jump again. Can we unlock these? No? I don't really understand what we're doing there. How many more skill points do we have? Any? No? Okay, so we just have the one that we could have spent there. That's fine. That means we can go up and try the jump to get our jacket one more time.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags.
Okay, so you have to equip the tool. Okay. So bada bing. And okay.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, whirling in rags.
Well, I don't think that we're gonna get this.
Pause time isn't happening. You've jammed the pry bar under the lid, but it just isn't bending.
The fuck kind of metal is this? This is
The
fucking
quality
shit.
of metal is not the problem. From what I see, it's sturdy enough.
He's enjoying your little failure. He finds it amusing. He's reveling in sweaty rage on your face.
Okay, I'm kicking that. Oh.
Unsatisfying. Hurtful. You hear a ringing sound, but not quite hollow. The can seems to be full.
I feel like we're gonna break the pry bar or something if we hang from it with all of our weight. Just
Let's
skip
ask
up.
the manager for the key. This is clearly not working.
Well, another pointless piece of health damage that we've taken because I've just been a complete idiot. I guess we should heal before we do this up here because I think that reduced health affects the odds of you actually making the jump. I could be wrong there.
A tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
Backed by a physical instrument. I don't get what it means by that. We're probably gonna
A
miss.
tarpaulin cloak is still caught on the railing. No one has claimed it for their own.
Yep.
Nope, no. That's still too high. What were you thinking? You're not a gymnast. You're a boxer. And you've climbed way too high up here. You could have died there. Shit, 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 shit. I'm failing you. This wasn't part of our deal.
I got you, Bratan. Let me just adjust your breathing a little bit. There, isn't that better?
God, now I can't breathe at all. Stop doing this to me, Necktie. You were supposed to be my friend.
Hey, what's happening? You okay?
He sounds genuinely worried. I'm alright, Kim. I can't breathe.
It's okay. You're just having a little panic attack. Try to breathe as slowly as you can, alright?
He shakes you gently by
The
the shoulder.
necktie lets go a little, its vicious grip easing around your neck. Colors return to the world around you.
Thanks, I think it's
Good.
working.
We can always come back when you are feeling better. It's just a cloak after all.
Alright now. We're never gonna be able to get the cloak. Maybe I shouldn't have even tried, because the low percentage chance of success. But like, if we didn't try any of those lower percentage rolls, we wouldn't have moments like shooting the body down. You know, that would have never have happened if we didn't actually just take the chance.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Jeez, that's a lot.
An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your stupid games.
Sorry, I was just trying random doorbells. I don't have anything
Please don't
important.
do that. Doorbells are not toys, and this one isn't even working properly. Please don't call us again. Thank you.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Let's with that later.
Yes?
No. Try it. Okay.
The sight of
Thank
bullet
you.
holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname.
Closer.
The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusions. Just chips in the sandstone.
Kim, look, bullet
Where?
holes. Point to the chips in the wall. Someone's been shot. We're cops, we should solve it.
There? Those are old.
You mean from like the revolution?
Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired during the revolution and do not warrant an investigation by officers of civil law.
Can you tell me about the
Not
revolution?
much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Alright. Boring. The things I've seen and said. What's that?
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible.
Poor little viewer.
The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic.
Vandalism.
Probably some kids.
Lieutenant inspects the rigged slot. Look
A
inside.
thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards.
Shift your focus to the
Under the
background.
graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary. Your money disappears into the coin slot. A clunk, the ring of metal.
Pull the handle and look inside.
The curtains on the display open. You lean in to catch the view. It's blurry. Different blues and greens. In the middle of the shimmer stands a drab grey shape, like a ghost.
Turn the knob to focus your
The
vision.
lenses shift. The ghost sharpens into an islet in the bay. In the ruins, a man-made structure is visible. A half-sunken sea fort. Its concrete almost reconquered by nature. It looks as if it was abandoned quite some time ago. Nothing but a rotten tooth remains of the anti-aircraft tower. A lonely birch tree grows out of it. Its leaves ripped from it by the winter wind.
Hang in there,
The little
one.
brave birch tree seems to wave back in the wind.
There are ruins of some kind of building.
Really? I don't have the eyesight to make it out.
Lieutenant takes off his glasses and cleans them. The belly of that boat shines like it was recently painted. Okay, this is where Claire, or whatever her name is at. This is worth more than you'll ever earn in all your life.
You're back. Good. What can I
Joyce.
help you with?
Do you know something about these tattoos?
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
Why? How is it? How is you looking at the photo tied to the lynch?
Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Alright, that's all for now. Okay, I will be right back. I need to go and take care of a handful of things really quick. And then I'll be back to settle in for the rest of the stream probably. So, give me about like 10, 15 at the very, very most. Whoever's lurking, if you feel like going and checking out somebody else, I totally get that. And it's just awesome having you here. Really, I think the time. So, if you need somebody to check out, let's see who else is online right now. 27 Club, he's always good, he's educational, he's funny. Out of the people I follow, see anybody else really on there. But, yeah. I'll be back in a little bit. sorry about that. Took forever.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Leave. Signal blue naval code. Is that a... I didn't look. Is that a roll that
Just
we
an
can retry?
ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Why am I looking at the wall?
You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeling.
No, I don't want to look at the fucking wall again.
It's been a week
Garden
and now they
hose.
show up?
This won't be of use until the snow melts.
There must be another way into the building.
Why was that so loud? That scared the ever-living fuck out of me. Kim,
Yes?
why were you so loud? Holy shit. Is it gonna be that loud again? Okay. Chairs and tables eaten by rain and rot. I don't know if that was like as loud for anybody listening on the stream, but like in my headphones it sounded like Kim was like a fucking demon. Another splattering of bullet holes on the wall. Oh look, we're on the other side. We're Nosafed. Orange bum hat. Can I even tell what that is? It looks goofy in that. I like my disco ass blazer more than that. Orange beanie with a couple of big ass holes on the side. Looks like it might have been used as a mask during an armed robbery. I'll take the orange bum hat, fuck it. Can I look at what's up there? No? Guess I'd have to be like up there, you know? I really like that tree though. Besides the fact that there was a body hanging from it.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Apparently, she doesn't like people standing behind her back.
Who can blame her?
Pip's come to take me out. Trying to snuff me out.
No, why would you even say
And
that?
why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all.
How close are we to our like breakthrough on our little thought on the race theory? 65%.
old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Who is
A
this?
silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." As you look up, you notice something about the statue. There are some odd indentations on the king's chest piece.
What indentations? What do I see?
Something with great kinetic energy seems to have impacted the cuirass, around where the heart is. A bullet? Someone shot him in the heart. Interesting.
Lieutenant, has someone shot the king?
Okay, I can't see it, but I take your word for it.
What do you think?
Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. This place saw a lot of action during the revolution. But the statue is recently renovated, so maybe a joke? Target practice or a political statement?
Political. It's a king and he's shot.
Why not? What this shows us is guns aren't too uncommon here, and people still shoot them, sometimes at kings.
He takes a note in his
The
note.
king stands high above you, surveying the bay, mute and indifferent to your sightings.
What did this king do?
Even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy.
In what way?
Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola.
How did he manage to blow through the entire national treasure?
Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
The man certainly knew how to live.
A deplorable farce. No wonder everything went to shit.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction.
The what now?
You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy. Not just any nose candy, though. We're talking Royal Philippian Blow, allegedly twice as potent as the stuff you find nowadays. And purple. Philippian cocaine was purple.
So he was addicted to nose candy. A bloated drug.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later. Right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay.
What is nose
Cocaine.
candy? Huh, this is a lot to process.
His Majesty's courtiers said it helped him connect with the higher realms.
Where is he buried?
Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum.
What happened to the statue?
The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled.
You restored
Some
it.
years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time. A rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit.
That's brilliant, so funny and
People
nihilistic.
in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death.
How close are we to finishing that thought? 75%. So I think that we'll be able to finish that thought and get past that dude before the end of this day. But I don't know when the days end. Or like when you need to like go and like rest or whatever the hell you need to do at the end of the day. Maybe go party. I guess we can try to get the key from cafeteria manager. Wow.
Real mature, man. What exactly were you trying to accomplish? You do understand you still owe me money, right?
I actually
Damn,
forgot all
your
about that.
feet thought we got away.
You didn't appreciate my
You know what?
moves.
The stupid drinks you've had are on the house. You know why? Because I know you can't pay for them. Not because you ran away. Now, I still have to charge you for 3 nights and the broken window. That's 100 square.
So we're cool?
Not entirely cool. You still owe me 100 real. If you don't have it by tonight, I can't let you back up there.
He points upstairs
Now,
towards
what
your
the
room.
hell did you want? I assume you wanted something to come back here.
By the way, I'm gonna sing karaoke
Absolutely
here.
out of the question.
Absolutely in the question. First we find a sad banger. Then we sing this place to shit.
Hell yeah. Is the trash container out back
Mine?
yours?
No, it belongs to the Whirling in Rags.
Thank you for clearing that up. Why do you keep the container locked?
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why. And the neighbors too. They put their trash there and they don't pay for the garbage company.
I thought as much. And are you the only party with access to the trash container?
Well, yes. Us and the garbage disposal company.
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you.
I wonder what this
Prod
feeling
at it
is.
and find out.
Doesn't it seem callous to you, guarding even your leftovers from the poor?
Callous? What are you? Kras Mazov? Almost all establishments in Revachol keep their trash locked. The Whirling in Rags is not special in that regard.
We need those
What
keys.
do you need them for?
It concerns the case. Please cooperate.
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
Thanks, Kim. I've seen something here at the Whirling Guard. Thing I need
What
to talk about.
thing?
Saw a sign that said that the mess hall is reserved for
Yes, not the whole damn union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction.
He tosses his head in disdain.
They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
It's a shame you've got to suck up to the Union to stay
I
afloat.
don't. I'm simply providing a service, or really facilitating the offering of services to paying customers, and it doesn't matter. I don't have to explain myself to you.
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info.
Lieutenant gives you a meaningful nod. How do we find them?
We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even men on strike.
You glance at the clock on the wall behind the manager. Huh.
It's after 4 o'clock. The sign said reserved starting 4 o'clock. Why isn't anybody in the mess hall?
Good question.
He turns to the cafeteria.
They're probably getting drunk or protesting something somewhere, or laying low after the, lynching. They
Why is
probably
that?
fucking killed that guy or something, and that's why.
I have a feeling we'll make their acquaintance sooner or later.
There's a mysterious blue steel door in the back of the kitchen.
Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious about it. It's just a door.
Do you know what's behind it?
No,
Do you
I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. And I don't care either. It's not like I've been wondering about it for 10 years. It's just a frit warehouse, probably. Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and dust.
He runs his finger across the counter to check for
He's
certain.
attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not convincing.
I think you'd like to know what's back
Fine,
there.
okay. A little. But my job doesn't leave me time for wondering about one locked door in one of the cafeterias I manage. So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though, after the animals. And I haven't found a key, so good luck with that.
Let's talk about something else.
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Alright, bye.
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it.
Do I even have one?
But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Where were you before? You had to be somewhere.
Far away?
In time or space? That doesn't sound like somewhere you can stay if you run out of money.
I'll live in a dumpster, I don't care. Fuck everything. Hobo
Entertain
cop.
the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
Hobo cop. Oh, that's great.
You see
Peter
a heavy
Weller
steel
and
door
Hobo
with
cop. Alright, fuck everybody in here. Let's just go check the dumpster while we wait for our thought to finish. Did it finish? Oh, we're so close.
This trash container is locked. The sliding lid has a padlock that says, with a well-oiled crack, the lock pops open. It should now be possible to simply raise the lid. Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobo Cop. Dive into that dumpster for extra content.
Didn't I just have a premonition that there's something in there?
There is, but you won't like it. Sweat forms on your brow. Your hand is still on the lid.
Open the
The
lid.
smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Alright. Look under the boxes of
You
carton.
see milk and egg rest with one broken egg in it. Some pasta wrapper. Picking up the soggy packages somehow feels familiar. A box falls into pieces in your hands. Batiste Soleil cereal. There are plastic pasta packages below. And turbo noodles. Nothing of note, however.
Look at the
Among the
racks.
threadbare kitchen towels, something catches your eye. A pair of denim trousers. As the legs of the slime-covered jeans begin to unspool from the garbage, a rank corpse smell fills the air.
The victim's clothes? Cadaverine odor is faint. If these belong to the deceased, they were removed when he was still in the early stages of decay. Drop them in here, officer.
Lieutenant produces a black plastic bag marked evidence from his pocket. Bag 'em up.
Guitar marked blue jeans. Pockets empty or emptied. He wore them with a belt, too. A white belt. The loops appear stretched, but
He looks
the belt is missing. That's it. Do you see anything else in there? I have another bag here.
Something slimy catches your eye. A drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive-colored, appears from the food waste, dripping with pus.
Oh. Bag it
This
up.
is a military-type overgarment. No label or serial number. This is the kind of rib-knit shirt that's worn over light armor to conceal it in an urban scenario. Anything more?
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety waste. Just garbage.
That's all I
All right.
think.
We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or that one. I'd advise against confronting that force.
I think someone from the whirling might have been involved.
Not
maybe.
really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and his establishment had the key. It's just a small loose thread.
We need to ask the kids who put them there.
What's he on about? Kids? You hear that, Kuno? He thinks you're an infant or something.
See?
Alright, maybe not.
The lieutenant nods, then looks back into the trash container.
Search the food
It's
waste.
just organic waste, cold and slimy on your hands. Apple and potato peels, mostly. Unidentified sludge, and the occasional chicken bone thrown in for good measure. But hey. Nothing. It's nothing. Nothing more to see here. What's this?
What?
A blue piece of plastic sticks out from the apple peels. It's shiny. Looks like the corner of something. Something
out.
larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic clipboard with moist papers hanging from it. They look badly damaged, but you can still make out forms and notes, written in a man's handwriting.
Officer, is that your paperwork?
No. Can't be.
Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. You've even got an autopsy form.
Miserable looking slip of paper sticks.
If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash?
Huh. think I didn't want to be a cop anymore, so I threw it away.
Well,
He doesn't know
His
what to
eyes
say.
express a rare condolence. Then he picks it up.
lucky we found it. You should take stock of what remains, just to be sure some has not made it into the hands of the RCM's adversaries. Organized crime and the like. There might have been police secrets in your notes.
I don't know, man. Sounds like an order. I don't take
I
those.
see, yes. You are what we call a badass, aren't you?
He makes little quotation marks around the words, indicating he is unsure of its actual
Tell me,
badassery.
does your badass see more in there, or are we done here?
Lieutenant peers into the trash.
Ah, yes, and it would also be appropriate to start taking notes on the case. It's what cops do.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are interactable. Go to your inventory and select the Interact tab to read your paperwork.
Okay, so we can't do that in the middle of a conversation. Dig in hobo cop style for extra content.
Wow, an Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon, half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny.
What's a knock
It's
cannon?
a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. Not as expensive as that fat string of pearls snaking around the rotten banana peels, however. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is. That catches quite a price. We're talking 12,000, easy. Unless you're into hi-fi yourself.
I'll sell
No,
it.
you won't. Because none of those things are real. They're not actually in there. All you see is food waste and crisp wrappings.
Cruel jest. There must be some.
All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the yellow man frolicking in saffron. Only
Antique.
in its social sensibility.
Mm-hmm.
Lieutenant briefly glances at the mug, then returns his sight to the trash.
The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your Copo type.
Wait, there are capo
Yes.
types?
Guess what's yours?
Sorry, cop? I'm sorry,
Yes,
I'm not sure.
sorry, cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we? Huge lack of enthusiasm going on in here.
Won't the other capo types be jealous?
What? Jealous of the sorry cop? I think they'll be fine. Don't worry. They'll be super, super fine. It'll be totally okay. You can dual Copo type from sorry to anything.
Fucking... They should be
Yes,
sorry.
yes. Impotent rage and lamentation. Let's wrap it up?
You know what? Actually, I'm not sorry. I changed
No,
my
you
mind.
don't. Come on. You'll be back to saying sorry in 2 minutes. Stop wasting time and begin the repentance.
No, I'm really not sorry. Fuck
Wow.
off.
Okay. Fuck off. Maybe we were wrong about you then.
What is happening? Why is the camera all fucked up? What is happening? How do we fix this?
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't.
Alright, how do we fix this? Alright. Make a separate save. Yeah, new save. And let's load. See if that fixes it. Okay, cool. Sorry, I had to plug my headset in.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
Know anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
Put this into the trash lately?
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
I think I know what the race nick is.
And
Shit, let me into the fucking harbor.
look, babe. The disco dancing degenerate has run out of cocaine to shoot into his arms. This has made him short, fused, and impolite. Underneath the posturing, there is dread.
Coca has really fucked him over, Jan.
The woman looks half bored.
Impotent subject of pop culture. I take pity on you. You clearly want to enter the harbor bad, like a little boy wants to go on the potty. I can press the button for you. It will open the door.
That's all I
Very well. You may enter the door once. Our race conversation here has concluded.
Finally. Let's go.
only took literally all day. Radio is emitting strange buzzing sounds. Giant ass print on the pillow and a pattern of coffee rings on the armrest. Someone is habitually chilling next to the radio. Get back in there. Get back in there. Standard office file cabinet, drawers seem to be locked. Someone left the coffee machine on. Dark liquid in the pot looks almost sentient.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of brown folders. Hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Force yourself to go through the folders.
Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled.
Look, Kim, a to-do note with a list of errands for
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
What is so special about this borscht? Code for drugs? Booze? Blood?
Borscht is like soup. It's like a beet soup. I know because I worked at a restaurant one time where chef made this borscht, and then he ran that fucking borscht for like 3 or 4 weeks straight, to the point where the nice like red color of like the beet soup turned like this like weird, gross, like brownish color, and he just kept fucking serving it. It was really quite amazing. Alright, take another look at the note.
Remember, Leo, Everard, all items on the list. The drawer slides shut.
I didn't know if it was going to be like, oh, you noticed something different this time. This is a Dewey typewriter. The model name is on the back. Every worker equals a member of the board is written at the top of the flyers. At the bottom, the union logo and demand democracy. Hell yeah, I'm gonna take your drugs. Neat office shades. That's what I needed, was some sunglasses.
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, tokens unavailable due to strike. Use change. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move.
Oh. Bucket?
It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing vaguely occult patterns in the air.
Useful
Undoubtedly,
patterns?
no.
I might try this
Sure,
again later.
why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing.
Alright, means we can get our coat, right?
tarpaulin cloak is still hanging on the railing. The white rectangle of the Revachol Citizens Militia is clearly visible on its back. As your fingers touch the tarpaulin, it almost feels like the cloak wants to deliver a message of comfort through your fingertips. I will shield you from the elements and give my life for yours. That's what the cloak is relaying.
Sweet. Okay. Let's take a little gander. Well, actually, can we unlock another one of these things? Yes. That's definitely what I want to do. Then I could finish that one thought, but I'd rather... Yeah, no, we're gonna internalize Hobo Cop. Okay. Let's take a look at our inventory. Ledger we found in the trash, full of notes written in a man's dense cursive. Have a closer look.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the faint smell of urinal cleaner.
Why'd they pronounce it like that? Anything else?
There's a piece of toilet paper, or is it cleaning tissue? No, it's toilet paper, desperately sticking to the back of the blue plastic clipboard. It's a metaphor
Tasty.
for you. Below the pathetics, terror. Do not look into its blue heart. It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want.
Take it
Still
off.
wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better.
The option up there, leave it on there, it looks cool. This fucking game. It's fucking hilarious, man. Respect the
An
button.
aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip.
Run your
The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before. Looks like an official mark, made to be low visibility outside the right circumstances.
Lieutenant, is this one of those hologram watermarks you
What?
mentioned?
Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
Interesting. What kind of information?
It depends. Aside from an anti-counterfeiting stamp, mine has my station number and address. The information varies by date of issue.
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
How can I
Any
read it?
capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Like, for example...
All RCM vehicles have had lights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight.
Browse the white.
They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What is in there? What are they
Work,
about?
strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate, due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average. What do you mean? Is that all?
That's
The
it.
notebook is annual. It says 51 on what remains of its cover. A molten strap of cardboard. Everything prior to this must have belonged to a previous volume. In short, there was more.
Is 2 cases a week a good caseload
Huh?
in town?
2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes.
2 cases a week appears to have been my load, Lieutenant. I'm not sure I completed them, though.
2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was presumptuous of me.
I'm sure I made plenty of mistakes.
It's okay. We all make mistakes.
God knows I've made my share. He tries not to think of them. Like a fan of gills, the checkered papers dry in your hand. The handwriting is extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
There was mention of a naming convention.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins. Yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name. A title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples.
Oh my, they're written in capital letters too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Ukar Parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Kim, my cases appear to employ some kind of naming
You mean the
convention.
alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean a non-numeric one.
Oh, you
Titles.
mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is
It's
that?
a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
I seem to have named a case the Square Bullet Hole
Again,
Murders.
in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
Left an open official case. Is
There
there room?
is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. Sadly, the ledger only comes with an old, worn-down lead pencil. It's unfitting of this monumental event.
Kim, do you have
The
a pen?
lieutenant looks at his blue notebook. 2 fat, shiny pens hang from the binder, like large caliber bullets on an ammo belt. He is not really saying anything, just standing there, looking at them.
Can I have one?
Know that I give this to you with resentment.
Aw. This beauty.
The tasks you've completed flow out of the blue oblong pen in a brash freehand uncannily similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple, a language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Get the body down. Interview the cafeteria manager. It's not exactly poetry, but poetry would be out of place.
Cross out the ones you
A
already
satisfying
finished.
slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our
No,
case?
actually. Any ideas?
The Hanged Man.
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. The Hanged Man. Good, strong name. We have a very good name for the case now. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
He sounded really excited about that. I wasn't expecting
You
these.
don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now.
Browse the yellow
In the
papers.
back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. Then rip them from the binder and hand them out, according to type of form.
What types of forms are
3. The topmost are misconduct fines, the middle ones are station calls, and the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work.
they?
A
Field
dozen
autopsy.
pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a deceased human form, waiting to be filled in. Age, sex, condition of internal organs.
Misconduct.
A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for 1,000 real, but that requires special paperwork. The details of issuing these fines are spread out over the rest of the fields.
Station call.
These are quite sinister in tone. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing.
That's
All
great.
in a print so small it could be considered downright cute. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. Being sandwiched between the board and the rest of the paperwork must have spared the fragile copier paper. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM.
What did you say the color
Blue.
was?
The blue heart. Don't look into it.
Shake the
Something
ledger.
rattles inside, ever so lightly. Is there a hidden compartment? And something small inside? Light, made of paper or cardboard? Or dried flowers, perhaps? The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center.
How would I open
With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board. The
Smell it out.
acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base surrounded by a faint air of spoiled meat, the stuff of death itself, and then sprinkled liberally with the citrus zest of toilet cleaner.
Gross.
You know, like the bits they put into public piss bowls, probably called Fermi Discrete, or Axle, or something. At some point in its journey, the ledger has seen the inside of a public toilet.
Shut up, nose. I don't need your help. I don't need anyone's
Your
help.
nose does not understand what it did wrong.
Open the hidden compartment.
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know,
Slide the drawer open.
without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open.
What's inside?
2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too.
Wow. Pick up
You
the
feel
card.
that thing in the back of your head, that little voice, that quiet scream. You already felt this was a bad idea, but especially right now, it's even worse. Try as you might, you can't read it now. You've got business to deal with first. Talk to the union boss first, at least. I can't stop you for long, but there's just enough of an excuse now. It's slightly, ever so slightly, difficult to breathe once you've done so. The drawer is locked. Blue ink drips from the white pages in your hand.
Something tells me that me and my ex were gonna go to the zoo.
Yes, you can piece them together using the alphanumeric code on the margin. It always begins with HDB41, then date of initialization and time of arrival on the scene, followed by the title. For example, HDB 41120111700, the next world mural.
Wait, HDB41? Weren't those officer
Why,
precinct?
yes, your precinct number is 41. Every last alphanumeric in the files begins with it. And these are your case files. It's safe to say HDB are your initials.
Horace Debbie Behringer.
That is improbable.
How long does it take to read a
It takes
case?
about half an hour to piece one together, using the system you've devised. Where do you want to start? Not much has changed in the meanwhile. A bunch of sodden papers still sags from the clipboard.
Wow, that's a lot.
It's just a racist mug. What's there to read here? Not much.
It's actually quite a lot to read into here. Look at
Oh
all that
boy,
content.
here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed away mug that you dug out of the garbage?
This mug is an example. Or no. I'm gonna push this into the face of every merchant I find and tell them this is your inane ideology.
So again, you dug it out of the trash. Why? It wasn't going to offend anyone there. Why don't you just get back to your case?
Let's go talk to the union boss before he goes to bed or whatever the fuck happens late night.
We should think about going in today, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year.
I haven't paid the cafeteria manager for
We
damages
should take care
yet,
of that then.
but I don't
Let's
have
talk to
money.
him anyway. An officer of the RCM shouldn't be sleeping in the street. We'll figure something out.
Though he finds this situation frustrating, he is doing his best to not make you feel any worse than you already do.
Well, that's sweet of him. Okay, where's the union boss? Is he like not gonna be here right now? Did we wait too long? Did I like, fuck around too much?
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here.
Did I
Well,
do this?
yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
I must have been on an advanced scouting mission in the
Yes,
harbor.
this looks pretty advanced, alright. For now, let's just move on.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
So this is where Renee works.
If you
Look
must.
around.
But please hurry, we are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, René, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform. The girl is young and very pretty. She is smiling playfully at the camera. René looks like he's about to smile. This photo must be tied to some good memories.
Why did you take that picture of René?
I'm gonna ask him about
You're
it.
really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure, as long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
Take up as much time as I wanted to, Ken. All around you, great machines and devices.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block.
Sorry, I'm responding to a message really quick.
Marche. On. Arrête. Off.
Leave. Shipyard is oddly quiet. The great machines are sleeping. Is this where dude is?
Yes?
No.
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logos on.
The lyrics to this container song are being made up as he goes along. The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Container, container, used to be Well Pines. Container, container, now belongs to Everard.
Tiny man is so engaged in his work he doesn't notice you. I'm just gonna leave him alone. something forgotten on the coffee table.
A large table with 2 huge vacuum-insulated thermal coffee dispensers. Someone has forgotten a small plastic card next to the stacks of cups. You snatch out the red plastic card. It features a black contour of a crane lifting a container. The name, Etienne Hogarth, is written in the middle. Below it, in smaller text, member of the board. It comes with a magnetic strip meant to open electronic doors.
Stair made of pallets leak. Desk has been cleaned out for the night. Alright, so dude is like in bed right now or something. Hopefully that I didn't fuck up by coming here so late. And hopefully the door to this harbor is still open in the morning. Can we leave the room? How do I leave the room? Alright, this is getting a little frustrating. Okay, thank you. The camera angles are my most favorite things sometimes. And I do tend to get stuck on like the smallest things. Okay. Not stuck, I just tend to interact with the doorway for some reason. Fjallsund means Whale Fjord in art. No, I don't want to talk to Cam. Come on. Through the door. Down we go. Keep on going. Come on. Come on. Why does it do that? It's so annoying.
All around you, rain falls on the great city of Revachol. Rain drips from the eaves and floods the gutters, washing the filth away. The spring thaw must be here. The snow is melting.
What am I doing?
Looking up at the sky, cold water dripping from your hat.
Oh, I see.
Grey sky like great battleships, clouds colliding with one another. Rain falls down on the world.
How does it feel?
Humid. Your coat shields you from the rain while the city shivers around you.
What's in the west?
Sheets of rain over the water. A flight of stairs leading into the ocean. Wave after wave washing the coast of Martinaise, with its motorboats and gently swaying reeds. The ruins of a half-sunken sea fort crumble on an inlet beyond the Bay of Revachol. Ghosts rise into the sky.
Who are you, ghosts?
The skyscrapers of La Delta, the financial district. Faint golden light seeps from the office windows. Will you ever go there?
Will I?
No, you are just one of the hundreds of thousands who watch them rise across the bay from Martinez every day.
What is down the shore?
Urban coastline, rain dripping off Eternite-covered roofs, cinder blocks left over from half-finished construction, a defunct research and development building once seized by revolutionaries. An old wooden church stands on stilts above the water.
Beyond that?
Coal City, end of all lines.
Run your fingers through your dampened hair.
Your hair is an oily mess flecked with ash from neighboring coal plants. Smokestacks rise somewhere in the distance.
What's in the east?
The great gates of the industrial harbor are locked. A chill runs down your back. You shudder like an animal trying to shake water from its hide.
Clench your teeth to stop shuddering.
Behind the gates, heaps of supply crates, red and blue metal shipping containers, slick with rain. The Greater Revachol Industrial Harbor is an artificial mountain range. Immense wealth resides within, and immeasurable poverty in its shadow.
And beyond that?
La Drusienne, King Dries passenger harbor. Cruise ships flanked by dock arms, cranes watching over the mouth of the river distributary.
What is across the distributary?
Couron, the lower middle class. Distributary after distributary cuts the city blocks in half. 7-story buildings trail off into the rain.
What is beyond Coron?
A silvery curtain of rain over the houses. The class divide.
What's in the
Capeside apartments. Tower blocks crowd one another. 4.46mm bullets still lodged in their war-torn stone walls. Hallways collapse from the mortar hits of a war that was lost long ago. Clotheslines go to waste in the rain. Radios play.
I'm closer to
A
here.
yard. Rain falls onto the roof of a woodshed. Filthy water pools around a body. Droplets of rain slip from the dead man's cold cheeks.
What's in the south?
A traffic jam. Rain thrumming on the roofs of motor vehicles. Inside, drivers watch water streaming down their windshields. The statue of a king shudders. He too is cold. The canal bridge has been raised.
What's on the other side?
The road ascends. A raised motorway loops above the ghetto. Beneath its concrete columns, a sea of rooftops, woodwork, and tar stretches northward. 4-story buildings as far as the rain can fall. The snows melt in Jamrock.
What is Jamrock?
Revachol is the capital of the world. Jamrock is the capital of Revachol. Droplets form on your eyelashes. It's home.
Where the hood, where the hood, where the hood at?
Have a brother in the cut. Where the hood at?
Oh my god, this fucking game. Ah. It really catches me off guard. I fucking love this game. Alright, why am I not there?
To be in Martinez, where no one goes, at the runoff point of a long-forgotten canal, in the whitest part of town, in the shadow of the day the revolution failed.
What am I doing here?
Standing in the rain, looking north, where Jamrock Rock City stretches inland.
Shudder, look further.
In the rain-swept distance, above the rooftops of Jamrock, a repurposed silk mill stands perched above the motorway exit. Precinct 41 hunches in the rain. Your vision blurs. You wipe your face with your hand. The rain stings your eyes, making you look up and blink.
What's above?
Coalition aerostatics hang like apparitions under the cloud cover. Way up there, Where rain forms, rotors flutter silently. Your sight clears.
Motherfucker.
This rain will not let up anytime soon. At least we are dressed for it. Let's keep moving.
Alright, let's go back into the whirling rags or whatever.
Can I help you?
Use your trash container key.
Thanks. I hope you found what you were looking for.
I found the victim's
How
clothes.
strange. I certainly didn't put them there.
Maybe you don't remember putting them there. Maybe you were sleepwalking or in a fugue
I think
state.
fugue states are more your forte, officer.
Could someone on your staff maybe have put them in there?
Sylvie had the keys before I got here, and I can vouch for her. I can vouch for all my staff. None of us would tamper with the crime scene.
Who else has keys to the trash
The
container?
trash collection service? CS Municipal. I don't see why they would put anything in the trash, though.
Ah, the elusive CS Municipal. I doubt we'll be able to track down who was sent here last and when. This will have to be one of those little threads that solves itself down the road.
On Clinton Street, near the Boogie Street Diamond, a small truck rattles down an alleyway. It stops by a rusted trash container. Two men, their faces rough and swollen, jump out. They look at the container, despondently. CSM is written on their backs.
Thank you anyway.
Yes?
So about that money
Yes.
I owe,
Have you got it?
I was wondering if we could come to some sort of arrangement for
Does
tonight.
that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I will pay you back tomorrow. I am an
As a
honest
police
cop.
officer, you must understand that I cannot take you at your word without evidence. Evidence being money. You can't stay here without money.
I still have my
Good
key,
luck
you know.
trying to use it.
He taps his foot against a metal box installed on the back of the
All the
counter.
locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock.
This conversation isn't going
Not
anywhere,
until
is
you
it?
bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
I really didn't want to resort to this. The man is thinking.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
I think I actually want to unlock another one of these if we can. Yeah, and we'll load up, where is it? Let's see. Oh, that's right, we have to turn on the headlights too to read our badge. Not badge.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a
Ledger.
radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
transport enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage.
Look in the suspect transport.
The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against the seat. Their silver edges sparkle in the dark.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
do you mean you
A
confiscated
couple of
them?
weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son and high.
Isn't that
I don't know.
corruption?
Is it? I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back.
Did you want to put those spinners on your
No,
machine?
no, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
Yeah, outrageously
He
cool.
flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark. The spinners shine so bright they reflect on the lieutenant's glasses. He doesn't say anything either.
I can't take those. It wouldn't be
All
right.
right, let's not take them now. Then come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again, and then take them.
If the pawn shop's still open, we'll try selling like some of the other stuff we have. Into Roy's.
Hello, hello. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
Well, I don't think any of this stuff is really gonna fetch the price that we need, huh?
Another time, perhaps.
That's embarrassing. I really don't want Kim to have to sell his stuff. Let's just try to go up there and go into the room. See what happens. See if I can't, like, get a roll or something. Pass some sort of check. So that's a no.
Yes?
Well, this is rather embarrassing. I think we're just gonna have to sell his spinners.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking, and...
He shrinks back a bit under the lieutenant's severe gaze.
I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
I'll find a way in. I'll
Oh,
break the door down.
wonderful. Try to do that. I'll have to call you an ambulance. Not until you...
Okay, I might...
I really didn't want to resort.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Alright. I guess we'll just cave and be terrible.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could...
Transporting closure. Regular people just call it the cage at the back of the motor.
I confiscated this for a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal.
I appreciate your help.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheater.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canela comes to life with a whiny growl. Like a leopard waking from its sleep, yawning and roaring at the same time.
Press the button labeled
The
headlights.
lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're done. We just need to stand in front of the machine now.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables an aluminium block. The surface is interrupted by looks like an official mark.
What? Yes, any capable light. All RCM vehicles.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
So why can't we
While a
just read
bunch
it?
of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
There's a note of pride in the
Around the
lieutenant's voice.
borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro perforations.
Look at the shimmering
The
streak.
rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the Kanema's headlights.
Wait, look
You
around.
catch a faint glimmer from a broken beer bottle in the distance. Sounds. Two men engaged in a drunken argument, followed by the closing of some distant window. In the middle of a broken plaza, illuminated in a cone of light, two men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Ah, Martinez at night.
Where are we?
Let
on
me
this?
see.
He takes the ledger for a moment. And
Right
inspects it.
here.
He says his finger near the top of the map on a segment of coast jutting out into the great ocean. Seems like a shithole.
It has its problems.
There are many of them, and they are divided into three separate rows.
Tally up
The first row has 18 dots.
What about the next one?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some.
Count them
There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
What about the
The
last
last row has 3 perforations.
That's
That's it.
What do all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do. Let's take a look. The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Wait, 18 years I've done this?
That's what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Got drunk and do you really think I have any idea?
Fair point. Let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means finished. You've got, let's see... Wow, more than 200.
Is that
It's
a lot?
quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
I used to be good. That's some solace, I guess. What's the
Right.
last number?
Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills. That sounds pretty evil. A drink would soften that feeling.
It's now a good time to pour one out for the fallen.
Definitely not.
So, killer.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock Quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way. There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident.
It's obvious the lieutenant doesn't think very highly of these officers.
But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
He says, declining to elaborate.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
How do you handle this strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others.
He gives you a meaningful
Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like
Oh,
what?
this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Maybe I should find
Why
a
not
hobby.
gardening? You've already got the yellow gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Thanks for this.
The lieutenant nods.
Right.
Let's go.
I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on your journal page, to the right of the task description.
Well, I am sad that we need to pawn his stuff. I feel like some of the decisions that I made kinda, like, led us to having to do this.
Hello, hello.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Lieutenant steps in and hands him the
Roy
spinners.
takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dancing light of his pawn shop.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them? Jump a mesque banger? No matter. I'll give you 200 real.
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
The lieutenant explains as the pawnbroker opens the register and counts the cash.
Of course. I meant no offense. 200 real for you, officer. Delightful doing business with you. Do come again.
Thank you.
He takes the cash and then turns
Here's
to
the
you.
100 real you need for your bill. Do not waste it.
The rest goes in his
The
pocket.
windfall is a small consolation.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
have anything to
Another
sell
time,
them,
perhaps.
Let's go. I feel evil. I don't know why it makes me so sad when, like, people need to sacrifice things that make them happy. Look at the stairs. Look at the stairs. There you go. Oh, I guess we do need to go pay the guy, huh?
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Well,
Money. Here it is. I'm sorry for the trouble.
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow. Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
He opens up. As
Of
well.
course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you?
Nope.
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a
Night,
moment.
Lieutenant.
You had some questions earlier, I believe. And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
Alright, let's go.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then,
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
He lights a cigarette. I didn't know you smoked.
I have
dope.
a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
How'd you get so cool?
You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
He flicks the ash.
Keeping the habit within the parameters he's given himself takes a lot of focus. It would be easier to simply quit.
Right then, debrief.
Yes. It's been a long and eventful day.
How do you think today
We
went?
performed a cursory initial inspection of the victim's body. Then you shot the body down, which was quite a shot.
I was inspired by your confidence in
I
me, Cam.
admit I wasn't sure whether I should give you the gun, but I'm glad I did. We still have to perform the autopsy, though, and there's more work to be done at the crime scene. Now, as for interviews, my list of people to talk to here in Martinez, I mean.
The initial interviews? Yeah, well, we talked to some people.
Not always the right people, I'm afraid. We didn't get to meet Evar Claire, but we did get into the harbor. It'll be easier to reach him tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
I don't know why I do the things I do, Lieutenant Kitsuragi.
Alright, and forgive me, this has been bothering me since this morning. How have you managed to run around all day wearing only one shoe?
I couldn't find my other shoe, and I refuse to wear shoes that aren't as cool as the shoe I'm wearing.
Imagine how much faster you could run wearing a cool patent leather shoe on each foot.
He smiles suddenly. So what are our powers exactly? The RCM?
They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule.
1,000? Why not more?
The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Wouldn't that be an easy power to, abuse?
Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding.
How can you be sure the arrestee will show
You
up?
can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of perception.
I see. And if someone
As you may have
resists...
gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
So if I kill someone while on duty...
You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. It is hard to cover for anyone, which is for the best.
What happens to the people
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them.
He taps on his coat pocket where he keeps his notes. Who makes all these rules?
The coalition government, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less.
His gaze is absently fixed on a window below that just went dark.
Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
Let's say it was the citizens.
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the moral intern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Moral intern, what is
The
that?
Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed.
I really don't know. That's how bad it is in here.
Okay. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
What do they
What do
believe
they
in?
believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats.
Who was Dolores
A
Day?
historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
What is their symbol?
Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind and usual. Something ominous. something even a little feminine, but in a strict manner. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
What do you think?
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
You like Moreland?
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky. They're not all that bad.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me.
I have an opinion on Moreland.
Do you?
Things are bad out there. We need them here giving us the right to police Revachol.
In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes.
We should make
Spoken
our
like a
own.
revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union thinks so. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
He looks around.
The lights of the orphan district are reflected in his glasses. The red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string from east to west as Revachol commutes back to the suburbs. Tomorrow is Tuesday. Monday is over. The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock, in the GRIH.
Pulls on the cigarette. Why are they like
It's
this?
our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. Not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts.
And Jamrock and the GRIH.
We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
He looks at the dark silhouette of the equestrian monument cutting into the night sky.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works. Our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
I hope our investigation will help improve the situation here. At least do some good.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
Thank you for this.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
He puts out the stub of his cigarette and looks to the door.
Aces high. For the rest of the world, the Aces High is just a cool Revachol thing, politically neutral. In Revachol, it still holds revolutionary connotations. Also, have you looked at Lieutenant Kitsuragi's clothes? He wears a bomber jacket, just like the ones worn by aerostatic brigades, and those cargo pants could store tools for hotfixing your aerostatic. Maybe you should ask him about this.
We'll ask him tomorrow about that. are different options of things to level up here. It's a little overwhelming though, huh? Shivers come when the temperature drops and you become more keenly aware of your surroundings. It enables you to hear the city itself, to truly belong to the streets. It is a supernatural ability. Old wrongs play out in present time. Scenes across the city happen in front of you, but who is speaking to you? At high levels, shivers may make you seem mad to the outside world. As you listen to the city, you don't listen to others. Your superiors may begin to worry. With the low shivers, though you will seldom hear the city speaking to you. And if you cannot hear it, how can you ever save it? For city lovers, the wisest of the streetwise, and the genuinely supernatural. There's just so many. Spirit Decor is the very spirit of Elysium, the Kaufgeist. It enables you to understand your blue-souled sisters and brothers, not only by picking up subtle signals from your partner, but by witnessing flash sideways scenes as they play out in your precinct. At high levels, you'll be the very heart of the police force, not only willing and able, but obliged to take a bullet for your partner. However, without Spirit Decor, you'll be flying blind, unable to understand discreet remarks colleagues make in high-stakes situations, remarks that might just save your life. Okay, so right now with low drama, we cannot lie or discern when others lie. A cop who can't do either is a cop who's soon going to be lying 6 feet on. Well, that's good. It's completely all the way down. Suggestion urges a soft power approach. People think that they want what you want, you've already won. The skill enables you to implant ideas into the minds of others. You can make the citizens like you more. You can make gangsters turn on each other too. Many crime rings have been broken by just a little doubt, after all. A high-level suggestion makes you affable to everyone and more resistant to their charms in turn. But all that schmoozing and oozing charm will make you slimy, and you'll know it, even if no one else does. With low levels of suggestion, though, you'll have difficulty getting any kind of rapport with others. You'll be alone both during the day and at night. Alright, so we don't want to level things up too much, I guess. Interesting. Let's level up Shivers one more time. Accept changes in clothes. Hold on.
What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez.
This is because I keep saying none of the above to political stuff, isn't it?
It's also about that, but it's also more. Perhaps it's the hangover. Perhaps it's a temporary surge of serotonin. But something tells you it's time to become a citizen of the kingdom of conscience.
Where is this kingdom of conscience?
It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise in the right circumstances. In all of human history, it's only been achieved a handful of times.
How do you bring about these circumstances?
Incrementally. Yawn. You'd get there faster with a little speed. History's greatest catastrophes have been brought about by people trying to make the world a better place. Too quickly. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of instability. Real, lasting change can only come about gradually, increment by increment.
But what about all the things that are wrong
Tisk
now?
tisk. Just because you live in the present doesn't mean you have the right to place your needs above the needs of the future. You may never live to see the kingdom of conscience. Your children may not. Even your grandchildren might not. But that's no excuse not to keep working. What benevolence. What a fucking joke.
But what is the kingdom of conscience actually like?
The kingdom is difficult to comprehend, and even more difficult to describe. Partly because humanity will need to discard many of the categories that define and limit it today. The kingdom of conscience is post-capitalist, post-national. It's also post-industrial, post-ideological, and even post-sexual.
Alright, that seems fine. I still want to live for the present,
What you want is immaterial. The kingdom of conscience is coming, whether you like it or not. Only very slowly.
Just doing this shit again. Damn it. Alright. We need to save and load really quick. I feel like I might need to replay this game eventually after, like, I finish it, and then, you know, down the road I'll have to replay it again when I, like, have a better understanding of, like, how everything works. I'm already getting so much FOMO about everything. I'm worried that, I messed up by not, like, talking to the right people during the first day. Really do it again. Okay, that's annoying. Keeps like glitching to where like it'll like move my camera and then can't see what's going on. I mean, it's not as annoying as the glitches in Another Crab's Treasure last night. That game was like becoming unplayable as soon as I got to a certain part. And I'm worried that I'm not going to be able to continue the playthrough if it's going to like run like that on this console. Okay, so see you by morning. Okay. But what am I supposed to do if I can't like see what I'm doing? Like it's not even letting me interact with anything. Okay. Now it'll let me save. Okay. Come on. No, don't. Just did that.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
Roll on in.
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come.
But I want to
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat and grease. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. You won't get off this carousel quite so easily.
roll over to the
It's a
other
little
side.
better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
No more thoughts. Fall asleep now.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
I was born in a hospital where people usually go to.
You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
Tell me what this is. I'm not answering before you tell me who
You
you
know
are.
who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? Oh no, funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick, watching it go. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Useless. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
I've talked to you.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time, sweating up the bed. Stinky boy.
Come back from
You're not
this.
coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
I'm trying to solve this case.
You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet, grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover.
God, there's another
Oh
type.
yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too, so soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork, barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Oh, joke's on you. I slept in my clothes.
Good going, buddy.
I just had the most beautiful dream. Uplifting,
Really?
rejuvenating.
Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night.
What the fuck is going
You
on?
mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think.
Why is this
It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
No, I can take this. I'm not gonna go looking for speed.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then. You will be fired.
That's a lie. I can do this without the speed. Half the town will
Suit
be dead.
yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna beat Kuno's dad to get the speed. Also, we have $3, so I don't know if we can afford a drug habit. Morning.
Morning.
Gives you a
Looks like we
nod.
can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
What do you mean?
I mean
rowdy?
ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men here, Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the Union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them.
Why do we need to talk to them?
Everything points to the Dockworkers Union. The belt used for hanging him, the circumstances in Martinez, my preliminary information, which may, of course, all be wrong. But we still need to talk to them, and it won't be easy.
Are these the men Gart told us about yesterday?
I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
There are so many of them. Maybe we should call in reinforcements.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union. In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay?
Alright,
One
let's
more
roll.
thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Just a moment.
The old woman turns back to the cafeteria.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Sorry, ma'am, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation. Tell me how I might make it up to you.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
What's wrong with
The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask God, maybe.
Why'd you need to use the
To
phone?
let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Okay, I'll bite. Has your husband gone missing before?
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine. When you look around, you're still in the whirling in rags.
But you have more important things to worry about.
What is this expedition your husband was on?
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday. What could be keeping them?
The waterlock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Who's this Gary person? Do you trust him?
Sweetie, it's nothing like that.
She
Gary's as
smiles.
loyal as they come. I'd trust him with my husband's life any day.
The water lock to the other side of the coast is broken. They're probably just stuck over
Oh
there.
my. What happened to the water lock?
Probably just some technical
Well,
problem.
whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
I think somebody drove their car into the
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect. Yes, some left-field scientific research is exactly what you need right now. Funk up that vanilla murder investigation.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there.
If I see him, I'll let him know you're here. Wonder if I
Oh,
get
you're
there.
such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
So your husband is some kind of scientist?
Yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
What is
It's a
cryptozoology?
pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
Lieutenant sounds
That's
unimpressed.
one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Tell me more about Morel. Looks, character, your
Oh dear.
relationship.
I'm not sure where to begin.
What does your husband look like?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Let's try again. If I were trying to meet him on the street, what would I look
Oh,
for?
well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
How long have you
We'll
been
be
married?
celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow.
How'd the two of
By
you
a
meet?
dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She smiles wistfully.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
I hope I've been useful.
Tell me more about this rare insect your husband's.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
No, I want to hear about the
Well?
bug.
It's a phasmid, technically, but
Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast. Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
She looks you in the eye and
I
nods
knew
thoughtfully.
it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoologists.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
What makes you think the phasmid is
Well,
around here?
some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a
Well, if
ghost
kids making out
insect.
saw it,
That
Must be
looks
true.
like the reeds. Gary.
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out.
Maybe the Phasmid made them make out?
I doubt it. It's not like teenagers need much encouragement in that regard.
So a newspaper clipping is all the
Of
evidence you
course,
have.
most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insular Indian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
So is it dangerous?
Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Is it
Oh,
valuable?
I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie.
Does it have cool powers?
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even.
Alright, so what's so special about the stick
dear.
bud, then?
I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special.
The woman's face flushes with
Morel
embarrassment.
can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
Maybe you could convince her to tell you about some cool cryptids?
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Hey Lena, I'd like to hear about some of the cryptids you've studied. Could you just tell me
Oh,
about a couple of them?
I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Cryptid
And
extravaganza.
I don't. Just one.
Or he'll be disappointed in you. Ooh, tough choice there.
What's the
That
biggest
would
cryptid?
be the giant of Kokonur.
Hey babe.
The giant lives in the most arid parts of the vast Kokonur Desert in South Samara, casting a strange light across the barren wastes.
Hey.
No one knows for sure. It is like an awful mountain appearing from below the horizon and expanding to cover
he's right
almost
here.
a third of your field of vision. The towering luminosity of Kokonur is a bad omen in local folklore. Some say it's a fata morgana, others, fate unimaginable.
Hui. No animal can be that large. It's a mirage.
That's what makes it so peculiar. A species
Sorry, I'm
surviving
wrapping
at the very limits of scientific
up,
law.
sorry.
The giant of Kokonur must be the largest animal the planet can support. There are limits, you see, to how large a metabolism an ecosystem can beget. Some say a gravity anomaly below the Kokonur Desert might allow the creature to grow to these gargantuan sizes.
Great. This is great shit. You need more. Gravity anomaly. Digging it. Digging this parascientific stuff right here.
Alright, this has been educational, but sadly we need to
Of course, dear.
wrap things up. We'll talk more about cryptids later. Alright, we're gonna need to call it for the night, but I'm really having fun with this. Definitely made a little bit more progress today than what we had been. I'm definitely understanding a little bit more about the game, but there's definitely still a lot more that I don't understand, but we'll get there. Definitely getting there the more and more I play it. But I'm kind of like caught between trying to play as like the funny character and also like I'm getting like actually like emotionally attached to certain people, so it's hard to strike that balance between being funny and also trying to make good decisions for people, I guess. But alright, I might hop on tomorrow depending upon the time that I have and the things that I need to do with my day, but if not, then I for lurking. Thanks for hanging out. It's always good having anybody here. Hope it was entertaining. This has been a boy named Sue, coming at you live straight from Big Potato, and I will see you next time.